Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Profesor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Profesor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
The campuses of Universitas Negeri Padang are spread across 7 areas in West Sumatra. Universitas Negeri Padang has equipped facilities and infrastructures, such as a main library with digital services, an auditorium with a capacity of more than 8,000 seats, swimming pools and sports fields of national and international standards, and laboratory schools from kindergarten to senior high school.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
Other facilities include a medical clinic, international student dormitories, the UNP Hotel, a mosque, a business center, and a teacher education center.
From Myanmar.
We are studying in different faculties at UNP, and we are very proud to be international students here at UNP.
We love UNP!
In order to improve the quality of its graduates and be an international level university, UNP equips itself with laboratories supported by sophisticated equipment, a center for developing students' soft skills and creativity, as well as adequate practicum and training facilities. Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Profesor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
Gak usah, Bu. Azza. Janganlah, Bu. Gak usah lah. Enggak.
The campuses of
Ya, samping sini
Universitas
kan, Pak.
Negeri Padang
Samping kan, Pak?
are spread across 7 areas in West Sumatra.
Samping. Coba ke samping.
Universitas Negeri Padang has
Ibu.
equipped facilities and
Gak apa-apa. No.
such as a main library with digital services, an auditorium with a
Ibu atau
capacity
kayak Engla
more than
aja gitu,
8,000
gak apa-apa
seats.
juga.
swimming pools and sports fields of national and international standards,
Berjalan lagi kayak gini.
and laboratory schools from kindergarten to senior high school.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capital
Bu.
State University.
Jangan kan, Bu? Jangan.
Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
Other facilities include a medical clinic, international student dormitories, the UNP Hotel, a mosque, a business center, and a teacher education center.
from Myanmar.
We are studying in different faculties at UNP, and we are very proud to be international students here at UNP. And
We love UNP.
In order to improve the quality of its graduates and be an international level university, UNP equips itself with laboratories supported by sophisticated equipment, a center for developing students' soft skills and creativity, as well as adequate practicum and training facilities.
izin Bu. Izin ke WC dulu. Minta catanya. Ya, Ibu.
Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
The campuses of Universitas Negeri Padang are spread across 7 areas in West Sumatra. Universitas Negeri Padang has equipped facilities and infrastructures such as a main library with digital services, an auditorium with a capacity of more than 8,000 seats, swimming pools and sports fields of national and international standards, and laboratory schools from kindergarten to senior high school.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
Other facilities include a medical clinic, international student dormitories, the UNP Hotel, a mosque, a business center, and a teacher education center.
from Myanmar. We are studying in different faculties at UNP, and we are very proud to be international students here at UNP.
We love UNP!
In order to improve the quality of its graduates and be an international level university, UNP equips itself with laboratories supported by sophisticated equipment, a center for developing students' soft skills and creativity, as well as adequate practicum and training facilities. Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Profesor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
The campuses of Universitas Negeri Padang are spread across 7 areas in West Sumatra. Universitas Negeri Padang has equipped facilities and infrastructures such as a main library with digital services, an auditorium with a capacity of more than 8,000 seats, swimming pools and sports fields of national and international standards, and laboratory schools from kindergarten to senior high school.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
Other facilities include a medical clinic, international student dormitories, the UNP
Ini aslinya
Hotel,
merah banget guys.
a mosque, a business center, and a teacher education center.
We are studying in different faculties at UNP, and we are very proud to be international students here at UNP.
We love UNP!
In order to improve the quality of its graduates and be an international level university, UNP equips itself with laboratories supported by sophisticated equipment, a center for developing students' soft skills and creativity, as well as adequate practicum and training facilities. Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
As
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cynthia Putri Rizky. It's a wonderful and a precious chance for me to be a master of ceremony in this beautiful morning. From Convention Center of Universitas Negeri Padang, we proudly present the opening ceremony of the 4 IcoBioSE 20 and 22. International Conference on Biology, Science and Education with theme Envisioning Tropical Biodiversity and Conservation Research and Education throughout COVID pandemic. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, let's be grateful and thanks Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we could attend this conference without any fatal obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Padang, represented by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Padang, Head of Biology Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Padang. The General Chair of the 4 IcoBioSE 20 and 22, and our distinguished guests, delegates, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next few hours, this conference will provide you with plenty of opportunities to gain, to discuss, and to share knowledge and insights. Let me introduce you to our keynote speakers for today's conference. We have Dr. Louis Sutherland from University of Sydney, Australia. Dr. David Emmanuel from General Museum of Natural History, University of Philippines, Los Banos, Philippines. Dr. Muhyatul Fadilah, MPD, from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. Febri Doni, PhD, from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. And we also have Dimitris Argyrio from University of Copenhagen, Denmark. In the for IcoBioSE, we also invited our great speakers. We have Dr. Helendra MS from Universitas Negeri Padang. Dr. Ian Robiansah, MSc, from Research Center for Plant Conservation, Botanic Gardens and Forestry, BRIN, Indonesia. Dr. Moralita Chatri, MP, from Universitas Negeri Padang. Dr. Priyanti, MSI, from Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah. Dr. Bantari Wisnu Kusuma Wardani, MBiomed, from Universitas Pertahanan. Last but not least, we have Dr. A.A. Juanda, MPD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Sukabumi. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let's listen to the Holy Quran recitation that will be recited by Engla Islami Putri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wow.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير. الذي خلق الموت الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور وهو العزيز الغفور صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, for a moment, we wholeheartedly invite you to stand and sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To all of our guests, delegates, and participants, please stand up. All of our guests, delegates, and participants, please be seated. Before we finally begin, we would love to show you one of Indonesian traditional dance, to be precise, Minangkabau traditional dance called Pasambahan.
Sairiang balam jo barabah. Barabah lalu balam mandi. Pujua cimpago rang patahkan. Sairiang salam nanjo sambah. Sambah lalu salam kembali. Ampun jo rela kami mohonkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, tari Pasambahan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen the welcoming speech from the General Chair of the 4 IcoBioSE 20 and 22, Dr. Samsurizal M. Biomed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Padang, a fascinating city. And welcome to the first International Conference on Biology, Science and Education, IcoBioSE 2022. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Vice Rector, Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Head of Graduate Program, Head of Department, keynote speakers, and invited speaker, committee this conference, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining for fourth International Conference on Biology, Science and Education, IcoBioSE 2022. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, and delegates who have taken time out of the busy schedules to join us here today for this conference. We are grateful to have you all here. This international conference aims to facilitate scientific publication of lecture, biologists, and biology education practitioner, diploma, master, and doctoral student, as well as natural science and expert. I'm very proud to say this conference is 4-year held by the Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at University Negeri Padang. This year's theme, envisioning tropical biodiversity and conservation research and educational through COVID-19 pandemic. And this conference, which attended by more than 609 participants for various universities. This driven by the rapid improvement of biology education research in digital era, which are required for constructing lifelong skill both academic and non-academic citizens. This is a strategy to reach this goal of information exchange via publication, Hereafter, biology research result will be unspirited but of biology education as the most influence and agent build human resources. As is proof of our consent in supporting research and development in biology science. In close, I would like to thank for the Rector of University Negeri Padang and also Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science for supporting the academic climate of our department. I would also like to thank all contributors for your good cooperation. Special thanks for IcoBioSE Committee for the hard work and passion. Dear General Chair of IcoBioSE 2022, Samsuriza. Thank you.
Next, welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Padang, who will be represented by the first Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Padang, Fitri Amelia, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Vice Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Padang, Head of Department, Head of Study Program of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, keynote speaker and invited speaker, organizing committee, and all respectable participants. First of all, I'd like to thanks to Allah who are always giving us blessing and also mercies so we can attend this conference in the good condition. And salawat and salam always given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Please be upon him. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to greet you all in the fourth International Conference on Biology, Science, and Education, IcoBioSE 2020, with the theme Envision Tropical Biodiversity and Conservation Research and Education through COVID-19 pandemic, which is hosted by Biology Department from Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Padang. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Rector and Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, as well as the keynote speaker, who gladly accepted our request to share the knowledge and experiences in the range of expertise in this conference. I believe that your keynote speech will give the significant contribution for all the audience of this conference. To all the participants, I'm greatly honored and please welcome to our conference. This conference is especially occasional for those who work in the biology education, and other related fields. We expect that the conference will be enabled you to share the research with the international research community and to engage in discussion about the issues related to the research and practice on this field. Hopefully, this conference will contribute for the innovation and trend in the related field in the science and technology for global challenge. I'd like to thank to all the participants for attending and participating in this conference. I also would like to express my gratitude to all the sponsors who give their support to IcoBioSE 2020. And I also wish to express my gratitude to all the organizing committee who has diligent and hard work in this international conference. Finally, we respectfully request this event will be formally opened by Rector Universitas Negeri Padang. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, the opening speech from the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Refnaldi Emlit. And afterwards, we request the Vice Rector to officially open the IcoBioSE 20 and 22.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi rasulillahi ajmain amma ba'd. The Honorable Deans of Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the Honorable Vice Deans in the Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Head of Department, Program Coordinators, invited speakers, distinguished guests, and participants of the 4th International Conference on Biology, Science, and Education 2022 with the theme Envisioning Tropical Biodiversity and Conservation Research and Education throughout COVID-19 pandemic. I'm happy to say in this room and virtual room that this is one of the great 2022 International Conference series in Universitas Negeri Padang, which has received great support from many partners. And this year is the 4th year. Representing rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, I am very pleased to join opening of this hybrid conference. I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the deans of the faculties of mathematics and natural sciences, department head, who have regularly provided great support for making this conference event happen yearly. I would also like to thank all the distinguished speakers and moderators, as well as parallel speakers, for taking time to participate from near and far in today's conference. I believe that this conference will become a good medium and opportunity for us to communicate and share the newest information about knowledge, concept, theories, and result of research. And the most important things are to create networking, to cooperate, collaborate with other participants, as well as international institutions in national and international level. And through this conference, we expect that we can improve the quality of our research, as well as innovation and trends in biology, education, and science in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that there are so many topics that will be discussed, whether it is in plenary session and as well as in the parallel sessions. And I'm sure that many good lessons will be obtained each other. So on behalf of the academic staff, administrative staff, and students of Universitas Negeri Padang, we'd like to thank our invited speakers. We also thank all parallel session speakers, and of course, all participants for your contributions, which will make this conference a success. Who could have imagined a better exchange than seeing the plenary speakers from several countries and representatives from many institutions here joining forces in the conference to share research findings, inspiring ideas, and the most important thing is having opportunities to renew our friendship and to make new acquaintances. We expect we will learn new ideas from each other, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work in this important area. I know that there will be many interesting and useful presentations, both in the plenary session and in the parallel session. I believe many good experiences will be shared and good lessons will be learned. Members of organizing committee have been working very hard I'd like to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also thank our patrons, individual and organization partners, and volunteers. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participation. Thank you all for your presence, and you are the very important part of the conference success. Please enjoy the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the Fourth International Conference on Biology, Science, and Education 2022 is officially open. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the last event of the opening ceremony, prayer recitation that will be recited by Dr. Andes Ardi, MSE.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. There is no activity we can do except with the permission of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Let us pray together according to our respective beliefs. Let me guide in according to Islam. Al-Fatihah. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربنا صغارا وللمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا فإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه اللهم أحينا بالإيمان وأمتنا بالإيمان واحشرنا بالإيمان وأدخلنا جنتك مع الإيمان ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على الكافرين. Oh Allah, who has given us first kinds of blessing that we cannot count, which has given us the opportunity to carry out the International Conference on Biology, Science and Education today, October 27, 2022. Allow us to take lesson from every knowledge conveyed to us, a sign of your power, so that we can obey the rules more and more. Oh Allah, give us heart and strength to go succeed and make it happen where we are. Make this conference full of your grace. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. The opening ceremony of the 4th IcoBioSE International Conference on Biology, Science and Education 2022 with theme Envisioning Tropical Biodiversity and Conservation Research and Education throughout COVID pandemic. Finish. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back with you in our closing ceremony. But for the next session, you will be guided by my partner, Igmanisa Khairati. To Igmanisa, time is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Amik Manisa Herati will moderate you in the opening keynote speaker session. Today, we're gonna have 5 keynote speakers from diverse places around the world. The keynote speaker session will be divided into 2 sessions. First sessions will be held promptly at 9 a.m. until 10:55 a.m. with our incredible speakers. Dr. Louis Sutherland from University of Sydney, Australia. Hello, Dr. Louis. It's an honor for us to have you here. All right. We also have Dr. David Emmanuel M. General from University of the Philippines. Hello, Dr. David. We're glad to have you here as our keynote speakers. And the third speaker for the first session, our proudly lecturer, Dr. Muhyiatul Fadila, SSI MPD, from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. Hello, Dr. Muhyi. I hope you're doing great today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the second session, we will have Mr. Febridoni, PhD, from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia, and our last keynote speaker, Dimitris Argirio from University of Copenhagen, Denmark, which will join us later. For the participants who join us via Zoom, I'd like to remind you to fill the attendance list that's shared in the chat column. The attendance list is filled in 2 times, namely at the keynote speech session and in the scientific session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first keynote speaker session will be moderated by Mrs. Yosi Laila Rahmi, MPD. This amazing woman is the lecturer of Biology Department, Universitas Negeri Padang. Expert in STEM education, high order thinking skill, curriculum and learning design. Mrs. Yosi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ikmanisa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's say our thankfulness to Allah, the Creator, the Almighty, and the Beneficent, who has given us His mercy and blessing. Then peace and salutation be upon the noble messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. The Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Padang, the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Universitas Negeri Padang, distinguished Vice Dean of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Faculty of Universitas Negeri Padang, Head of Biology Department, Universitas Negeri Padang, and Dr. Muhyiatul Fadila as our keynote speaker and respectable participant. Well, actually, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, allow me, Yosi Laila Rahmi, to guide the first keynote session with our 3 amazing keynote speakers. Dr. Louis Sutherland is from the University of Sydney, Australia. Dr. David Emmanuel M. General comes from the University of the Philippines. And Dr. Muhyiatul Fadila, SSI MPD, is from the Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky to announce our first keynote speaker who's already with us in the room meeting. Please be seated and turn on your camera. Thank you. Well, Excellencies, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will start by reading the short biography of our first speaker. Yes, Dr. Louis Sutherland, she began her career at the University of the South Pacific, and then currently she is a lecturer or senior lecturer in the Division of Undergraduate and Pre-Service Program, Faculty of Art and Social Sciences, the University of Sydney. And her research focus on supporting the development of teachers' professional content knowledge, particularly how to incorporate inquiry-based practice into their classroom practice. And she get Excellent in Teaching Award in 2003, Faculty of Education and Social Work at the University of Sydney. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Louis Sutherland, the University of Sydney, Australia. Hello, Dr. Louis.
Hello, everybody. And I'd like to just start by sharing my screen with you.
Okay.
Right. First of all, let me thank the organisers for inviting me to your most interesting and exciting conference. And let me apologise for not being able to be there with you in person in what looks like to be a very exciting and innovative conference. But unfortunately, this is a really busy time in our academic year as we finalise results and record results right at the end of our teaching semesters. It's traditionally at the university that we acknowledge that the university is on Indigenous lands, that it was built on the lands of the Gadigal people. And I would like to pay respects to those people and to also how they have cared and continue to care for country. In this talk, I'd like to ask you to put your questions in the chat, but please excuse me if I don't get to them until the end. I have set aside time to chat, so hopefully this will, there will be times for questions and some comments and responses and some collaboration, even though it's all virtual. Right, why did I choose the notion of systems thinking and its importance in education? I'm not really sure what happens in your country, but in mine, I still hear conversations about people who cannot understand how ecological challenges like climate change cannot be addressed with very simplistic solutions. We know, as you know very well as biologists, and we know as educators, that there are complex mechanisms which underpin these phenomena. And there are different, it's a dynamic, these are all dynamic and complex interactions. And to be able to understand them, we need to be able to help our students develop the relevant knowledge and cognitive skills beyond the simplistic arguments I hear in daily life, unfortunately. I'm also aware that systems is a well-developed concept in science, but it's only in the last 20 years that there has been research in education about how do we actually help students develop system thinking. And it's some of that research I want to look at today. So my first question, a general question, is why? Why would we think about systems thinking? And I think I've tried to address this already, to understand the complex interactions that occur like in the world, like the pandemic, like climate change, like global warming, sorry, the same thing, like the extinction of species, all require students to be able to understand the systems that underpin the reactions and to be able to, when they develop that sort of thinking, they're applying their knowledge as well as different types of skills in being able to make informed decisions, hopefully for a better world for everybody. So what am I going to do in this talk? I mean, first of all, I'm going to talk about what I mean by systems thinking. And then I want to look at 3 important educational principles that are important in teaching systems thinking. And I don't want to suggest that we throw our current practices out, but what I do suggest is that we might need to modify our current practices to support the systems thinking. Now, my research has been done at the high school level, but talking to some of my undergraduate and graduate students, I almost think some of them missed out along the way. I'm not sure what's happening with you. So what do I think about systems thinking and some of the terminology that goes with it? As I said, systems thinking focuses on the interactions and considerations of what happens for an observed phenomenon. And the jargon for an observed phenomenon is called emergence. And what system thinking is trying to do, or challenging us to do, is to see how there are interactions, there are multiple components, they interact at different scales, and it's these interactions which lead to emergence, what we call emergence, the observed phenomena, extinction of a species, the climate change, the spread of the pandemic. But from an educational perspective, I want to think about these cognitive processes, how we need to adjust our teaching and to support students' learning so that they can understand these interactions. And so what I want to say is that systems thinking is a combination of conceptual understanding and specific cognitive processes which are unique rather than to understand systems. And so why is it necessary, if I haven't said already, that it's going to help the students develop their knowledge and understanding of key concepts in their discipline. And so these include misconceptions and threshold concepts are still important in developing students' understanding. We're probably doing those already very well. But what I'm not sure that we're doing very well is necessarily helping them to move from simple causal relationships to be able to consider the multiple interrelationships that contribute to an outcome, particularly as those interrelationships can occur at different levels of scale. And the research that covers that most clearly is Manbury's research. Her work and her team's work was in geography and also in human systems, but it's replicated in other things like Hemmer herself's work and some of the other people. I wanted to give you an example of what I mean just from thinking about an ecosystem. All the challenges that might be associated with them have been recognised as factors that contribute to the development of systems thinking in ecology. The most important thing that we're trying to achieve is probabilistic reasoning, which Brosner has called the recognition that there are multiple causal factors when we're looking at an emergent event or a phenomena. When we're trying to break down these multiple causal factors, the rest of these are all important developmental components that need to be recognised. So very early, Levy and Wilkinson recognised that scale and being able to identify the different levels of scale that could be applied in understanding processes in an ecosystem. So whether they're looking at the role of decomposers, the role at a cellular level, or they're looking at the macro level is important. Yun and her colleagues recognised that they also need to be able to recognise indirect components rather than just direct causal relationships. And some of you would be familiar with the idea of food, the notion of food webs and the challenges that students experience in identifying how changing one part of a food web will have impacts on everything else. Bath Cohen and her colleagues said that being able to recognise that both abiotic factors and biotic factors are critical. It's one of those threshold concepts that are necessary for the development of system thinking, in the same way as being able to look at micro and macro explanations are also critical. The final thing I wanted to think about was that notion of, sorry, I've just gone to one. The notion of feedback loops and how one component has can impact. And it's going back to that notion of probabilistic reasoning and Yoon's work of indirect components, but feedback, how when one thing changes, something else in the system changes, and that can feed back into the initial component. So the obvious example is predator-prey relationships. As the numbers of predators increase, we know that the number of prey decreases. But as the prey decreases, then the feedback loop goes back to the predators. So you get a sinusoidal relationship between the relative numbers of predators and prey. And that is a major developmental step for students. Hogan and Jin have both identified that as a factor. Okay, so I want to think about 3 generic strategies and educational theories that are important in supporting the development of systems thinking. And then I want to give you some particular examples from the work we collected from an ARC grant that we got a couple of years ago. I was a member of a team that looked at that work. So some educational theory without going into too much detail, I hope, or losing you, boring you with. Okay, so one of the really important things in developing system thinking is we need to think about learning as a transformational activity. The other way of thinking about it is in terms of conceptual change. And this graphic, I think, is a way of representing that. As teachers and researchers, we have an expert organisation of our knowledge, which we pass on to our students through our classes, our lectures, the learning experiences which I've developed for them. What the learners do is going to be really important, and we can make a difference at this level. We can help them. We want them to move from rote learning, simply repeating what they've been told, to more meaningful learning, so that they start to adopt some of our knowledge and organisation of ideas. And so what we do in this section, what we do when we're organising learning experiences and the types of learning experience we give and the sort of feedback we give will make a difference whether they go to rote learning or meaningful learning. And that's works come from Hayes and Kinchin and their colleagues. What seems to be very important in that is to focus on the difference from linear causality, and this is Hemlo Silva and her colleagues. We know that system thinking involves a different type of thinking, and we have to point out the differences from a linear a direct one-on-one causality. And we need to do that by using concrete, explicit representations to show the interrelationship between concepts. And that's, again, some work from Hemlo Silva and also from Hayes earlier. Hemlo Silva has been working in the middle schools around ecology. Hay and his colleagues work at university level, but they've both identified that major point in teaching and learning. Okay, so one of the things that we can do to help that shift is to think about the types of experiences we give. And I want to suggest one thing we can do is to create authentic and ill-defined problems. What I mean by authentic, I mean that they're engaging students in real life situations, real life problems, so that there's not one simple answer. We know that authentic problem solving enhances student motivation and promotes their deep learning. And it also helps them to bridge the gap between the theory and practice, or the real life challenges in real life. Now, I realize that they're not going to be able to solve real life complexity, but we can produce problems in a certain way that will help students start to recognize the complexity of and find solutions for complex problems. The second thing I want to talk about is ill-defined. And what I mean by that is there's no certainty of answers. Students may need to consider alternative and conflicting information, and they need to justify their solutions from the available evidence. When I talk to my students about ill-defined problems, I keep saying there is not a way of finding the answer on Google. It just, you've got to think, which is sometimes a challenge for some of my students, hopefully not yours. The second thing I want to think about is the notion of engaging students in science practices. This is very much, the engagement in science practices is very current in the States at the moment through the next generation of science standards. And I wanted to think about particularly the use of models and explanations, engaging in argument and communicating information are critical processes in the development of system thinking and things that we need to think about as we develop our learning experiences. Finally, I want to talk about the notion of concept maps as a strategy or a mechanism that can be helpful in both supporting the development and monitoring the development of student system thinking. Concept maps have been around for a long, long time. Kinchin has done a lot of work in this area. As you see, I think they were first developed in the 1990s from Nova. So why would we do this? They provide a big picture perspective on an event. When we're trying to look at a system, we want that big picture to come in. We want them to be able to think about it in terms of meaningful learning. If we ask students to develop concept maps, they're more likely to be developing deep learning and engaging with ideas. And how we look at them, I think is important is that these connection terms, it's those links between the propositional statements, which are really important in helping students to organise and explain their knowledge or represent their current level of understanding. Okay, so we can use concept maps in two different ways to support students' learning, and those two different ways produce two different outcomes. A high structured map is something where we give them all the parts or the missing bits and pieces on the map. I've just chosen this as a random example. And what students have to do is to fill in the missing parts in and they could even be given terms to do it. The issue with that is, it promotes just recall. The advantage of it is easy to assess. The alternative is a low structure. We provide the terms and we select terms at different scales. And from that selection of terms, students need to create their own organisation. The advantage of this is it promotes conceptual change or transformational learning. It promotes system thinking. The challenge is it's more difficult to assess. And it's that assessment I want to take up in the second part of this talk and what we've been doing. Okay, let me just share. This was a video. It was for another purpose completely, but I thought it gave a good illustration of what happens when students are asked to do concept maps. Now, in our study, we used a concept map at the beginning and the end, and then we interviewed some students who'd made a shift in their concept map. So let me, I don't know what this, okay. Sorry. So let me just play this to you. It's only a 2-minute video. It's very quickly.
Complex. Why did you keep doing all these levels of interconnectedness? What were you thinking about as you were drawing them?
I was thinking about, first I was looking at each card, and in my head I was defining what each card meant.
Yeah.
And then I thought about the effects of what each card or what that event would, like what the cause of it was doing to the society or to ecosystems and the environment. And I just wrote it out, and it all connects to.
Okay. So in general, the things we can do about concept maps is that they can provide multiple opportunities to support students' learning, because we give students multiple opportunities to revisit or redevelop their maps across a unit. Second way we can use concept maps is that they can provide an expert model of the relationships that they're looking for, that what we want them to achieve, and that gives them a way of comparing and considering how their knowledge needs to develop or what's missing from their knowledge of things. And finally, how we use concept maps is we can get pairs of students to construct the map, or we can ask peers to provide feedback about the quality of the map. All these processes are more likely to move students away from rote learning towards meaningful learning, and the concept map just becomes a tool for that process. So let me now go and tell you exactly what we did in sort of research like 3 years old, but we've now finished analysing. So what we were looking at the development of systems thinking in students. The students were about 13 years old. The whole unit was about exploring the unit, an idea. And we started, the question they had to address in the concept map is, why is the population of the animals decreasing? We gave them the instructions about how to prepare it, what we wanted in a concept map. We gave them a set of terms, as well as some bank cards, and we asked them to construct the concept maps in both their pre-test and post-test. When we go to look at them, whichever way we're going, if we're going to look at concept maps, we need to think about how we're going to code them. And what I want to look at is the idea of using the links between the terms as and the creation of explanatory pathways. Let me give you a map. So I'm going to say this is not a very good example, but at least it gave me some sense of. There is the propositional statements are the words on the arrows, the links between the terms. The propositional pathways are, I'm guessing, how does an ecosystem service have an impact on public health benefits? And so we could say that there are this pathway and this interconnection between pathways. So when I'm looking at a concept map, I'm looking for both where the terms have been placed and how have they been linked together. What I'm also looking for is the idea of feedback loops, double arrows, whether I'm looking for, if this is an example, go back one. I'm looking for interrelationships, so there was more than one pathway. There are double arrows that don't exactly exist on this map, or anything else where we can see that students are recognising it's not just one, but two pathways. Okay, sorry, I've just put the chat. Now, the other thing that was, see that? How we developed our coding system, because we were given, we ended up with a large number of complex maps, which were all very different. And I'll show you some examples in a minute. So we start by talking to our experts. We ask the experts to do exactly the same task as our students. And then we compared our expert maps. And from that, we identified what our experts were telling us as key ideas. And so going back to our question, why is the population decreasing? All our experts as ecologists said it's all to do with the birth rate to death rate. They said between what has a direct impact that is habitat destruction. And therefore, these can go from this habitat destruction can be linked to natural causes and human impact. When we went to code the maps, we found it wasn't necessary to code habitat destruction. We could identify differences in levels of student thinking by just taking these two big areas, natural causes and human impact. Now, I will say when I look at these maps, these are children 13 years old. They do not understand a great deal about ecology, but they have, what we can see is some developments in their thinking or lack of developments in their thinking. And we also see some problems in their thinking. So we selected the key ideas and that was unique. So when we're looking at the maps, we looked at the transition between human impact and death rate and natural causes and death rate, if it existed. To do a further coding, I then took Hemelo Silva's pre-existing work and I wanted to look at, this is her system, the CMP system. She talks about the components, what makes up the systems, how do each of the components interact, and how does those interactions contribute to the explanation of the phenomenon. I translated that into the number of pathways, the quality of the propositions, the number of quality propositions that students could give me in terms of what was happening. So I just want to show you some examples without running too much over time. This student has an interesting map. They've identified the ideas of birth rate and death rate, but they are struggling to, it's almost disconnected from the rest of their map because you've got almost two levels of thinking going on simultaneously. You've got something here, which is a typical low-level predator-prey, carnivores hunt and they're predators and they eat prey, very low level. But at the same time, without any connection, the student has recognised how humans can have a direct impact on an ecosystem, not that it's linked, and that also natural causes can have an impact on the ecosystem. So simply looking at the concept map based on key ideas, natural causes, human impact, and death rate, gives me a sense of where this student is and what might need to happen next. This one is a much more interesting map. And the student who's written this work has made a much more detailed integration of some of those low-level ideas, i.e. predator-prey, plants, carnivores, herbivores, which we would expect commonly expressed in students about 13 years old. The student has shown greater understanding by simply just writing the loss of prey and high death rates and low birth rates as why this is happening. When we look at the map, you're seeing lots of direct causal interactions and multiple pathways. So the student has recognised that humans could introduce species and then given us two possible scenarios. The introduced species is a predator, therefore we've got a loss of prey, or the introduced species is a herbivore, and so we've again got higher death rates from plants because it's a herbivore, has loss of prey, back to death rate. So this student on my system, and what we can see from looking at their concept map without taking a great deal of analysis, we can see that there is a greater level of understanding of some of the impacts of how natural causes and humans both can cause problems for us population species. This one, this one has lots of ideas. This student has lots of ideas, but their propositions are not well explained. So they're obviously recognizing that both humans' impact and natural causes are having a impact, but their level of explanation is relatively simple. And so what we're looking for is that they've linked it to population decline, but again, there is still that separation of human impact from natural causes, which obviously needs to be addressed at some point in our teaching, in the students' learning. And finally, this is my last concept map. This student coped with the challenge of trying to organise a concept map on a flat surface by creating 3 possible pathways to death rate. So you've got death, you've got increasing death rate, declining population's death rate. And so we've again got natural causes and human impact. They've had an interesting attempt at organising it through energy, representing perhaps some misunderstanding of what energy might mean. But again, the importance of the ecosystem, again, you can see that there is aspects of system thinking that we can identify. We can also identify problematic aspects of what is happening. And so it could be used to inform us in our next teaching and learning. Okay, so just finishing this off, something for you to take away, the things that I think are really important. That systems thinking is a really important outcome if we want our students to make informed decisions about complex issues. And this will require some modifications to our traditional practices, but those modifications, we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Students do need support in the new practices, which might include problem-based learning. And thirdly, that there are multiple pathways in which students can take the development of system thinking. The terminology in the education literature is there's a messy middle in the development of systems thinking, that there is not just one way of tracing their development. And given that challenge, concept maps can provide us some insights into that change. So if we're going to use concept maps, what should we be doing? We should be using low-level structures in the map. We need to select terms to provide them with multiple entry points, and we need to think about terms that help them to access it at different scale levels. And when they're looking at the map, we need to think about the importance of both the propositional statements and the structures in terms of system thinking. So I'm now going to my last slide, which is just questions, and thank you for listening. I'm going to stop sharing, and I think there's some questions in the chat, and hopefully there's some questions from other people.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Louise.
So could I ask if questions, and I'll ask the conference organisers if there are questions in the room. For the rest of you, if you would like to put your questions either in the chat or ask me or put your hand up, I'm sort of relatively flexible in how we move forward from this point.
Okay, yes, Dr. Louise, a very interesting presentation related to insight about concept map as a tool to promote the development of system thinking. And now we would like to invite all of participants to ask questions to our first keynote speaker. You can use raise hand feature or turn on your camera, or you can type your question in the chat room. Okay, let's see. Miss Suci Fajrina raise hand. Okay. Please, Miss Suci Fajrina, you can give the question directly to Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yossi. Hello, good morning, Dr. Lewis. My name is Suci Fajrina. Thank you for the presentation. And my questions is how to measure the development of system thinking from concept maps that have been made by students.
Okay, so I'm just about finished writing the paper about this. So when I looked at them, there were stages in that development. Okay. We look at both how many propositional statements have they identified, how many links between, how many times have they found a pathway between the key terms, so let's say human impact and death rate. How many pathways? One, none, several. What is the quality of those pathways? How many are quality pathways? How many provide an explanation or provide some details? And how many of those, the extent to which you can see interlinking between the multiple pathways that will explain the phenomenon. Just that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Do you get the answer, Dr. Suci?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis and Ms. Yossi.
Okay, thank you. Next, there is Nisa Firda. Raise hand. Yes, Miss Nisa Firda. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Okay, hello and good afternoon for Dr. Luis. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Nisa Firda. I'm graduated from Biology Department Padang State University this year. So I'm very grateful for joining this IcoBioSE and listening your presentation, Doctor. It's really amazing and give me a lot of new knowledge about how to price system thinking for students. And I have some question for that. As we know, every student has different learning abilities. Is that can influence the application of system thinking on learning activities? And can the discussion method accelerate the development of system thinking for students? Thank you, Doctor.
Certainly, we saw pairing students through the learning experiences and through their concept map to writing at the end was certainly beneficial. So that even in pairs, I mean, we still need a teacher. Teachers need to explicitly teach what we want the students to learn. But providing opportunities for students to make informed decisions and to talk about their experiences in the classroom could make a very big difference. So in our study, we gave the students 2 online resources that they could use, and they each had a computer screen. It was interesting to look at, students having different screens open at the same time and being able to compare the outcomes at different points. The conversations, the collaboration between students, which is why I'm saying all our traditional practices work. So traditionally, we know that student collaboration, student group work, student conversations is really important for their learning. The same thing applies now. It's just trying to focus that conversation into what do we want them to look for in terms of multiple causality, feedback, different scales. So it's trying to emphasize the principles.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luis. Do you get the answer from Dr. Luis? Miss Nisa, about difference learning ability with student collaboration and student work together is important to promote a system thinking of student. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it, Dr. Luis. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question maybe from the participant in this room? You can raise hand. Okay, let me see in the chat room. Okay. Ada Vira. Dr. Luis, there is a participant that will give question in this room. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yosi. I'm Syafira Devni. I'm from Universitas Negeri Padang. I have one question for you, Dr. Luis. Can we apply concept map for measuring or building system thinking, ill problem, or ill structure topic? For example, studying about effort for reducing global warming. Okay, thank you.
Look, yeah, thank you, and thank you for the question. Concept maps can be applied in just about every area. And particularly I think they're particularly useful because they externalize with an ill-defined problem. They provide an external representation or a framework or something that everyone can look at. We know that the more abstract the concepts are, the more difficult it is for us to capture what's happening inside students' brains and their thinking. So when they have to put the terms and ideas on paper, and even when they're having a discussion about what terms will go on the paper and how will I organize the relationships between them, then it starts to help them identify those relationships more clearly. And it helps them also, it helps us as teachers look at where their current level of thinking. What do they understand? What do they see as possible relationships and what's missing? So Novak and Kinchin, who've done 2 decades of work in the area, have all talked about how important concept maps are in the development of students' learning, particularly if we want to promote higher order thinking or promote that when they walk away with an understanding, not just a rote recall of a set of facts. They can be done online, they can be done simply on a piece of paper. It doesn't make a difference which one you do. The process of doing it is helpful in terms of learning and helping you to almost organize your thoughts. And I think anyone who's ever tried writing anything, we have to organize our thoughts before we can write. A concept map is a way of helping students organize their thoughts and for us as teachers to look at them.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luis. Did you get a point, Safira? Okay, thank you, Dr. Luis, the answer, and thank you, moderator. Okay. Please give applause to Dr. Luis for the presentation today, the first presentation. Thank you, Dr. Luis. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Now we will start with the second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker has already also in this meeting room. Hello, Dr. Daniel. Dr. David, I'm sorry, Dr.
Morning.
David.
Oh,
Where is Dr. David? Okay. Yes, nice to see you. Okay. Before that, allow me to read the short biography of our second speaker, Dr. David Emmanuel, M. General. Okay, Dr. David Emmanuel, M. General. He is the researcher and curator for ants at the Museum of Natural History, University of the Philippines, Los Banos. And he graduated as doctor in University of the Philippines at 2019. And he finished his master degree in forest resources with emphasis in spatial science, School of Forest Resources, University of Arkansas at Monticello, USA. Okay, and there are so many publications, yeah, from him. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Dr. David Emmanuel, M. General, University of the Philippines.
good morning, everybody. Let me try to share my screen.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my report on Philippine wildlife conservation, biodiversity research in the COVID era, challenges and triumphs. Oops. Why is it not coming down? There we go. Okay. So this is the outline of my talk. I will describe a little bit about the lockdowns that we experienced in the Philippines because of COVID, and then the effects of the lockdowns on several factors several activities that I will discuss on wildlife trafficking, on wildlife poaching, and on biodiversity research, and the triumphs that we have experienced or that I will report about, and also the conclusions to this report. Now, the lockdowns in the Philippines were rather severe. The national state of public health emergency was declared on the 9th of March 2020. And ever since then, all sorts of levels of restraint have been imposed until the end of 2021. Initially, travel was severely restricted. There were road checkpoints all over the place, and all flights and ship voyages were suspended. Schools and government offices were closed to the public and also to the employees. So it was really a very difficult situation for everybody, economically and even for research. Now let me show you what it looks like in the Philippines. It's an archipelago. So when you say that when ship voyages and airplane flights are suspended, then everybody has to stay in place. Everybody is on their own home island, or if they're on a different island, they are stuck until travel is allowed. That has happened to thousands of tourists. Even people who are traveling on official business got stuck. And that, of course, includes expenses and a lot of problems. So this is the island, this is the map of the Philippines. I will show this map again 2 more times later to illustrate the points which I will be talking about. Right now, I will be discussing something about Palawan, which is this island group here to the west of the Philippines. So the effect of lockdowns on illegal wildlife trafficking. According to Mr. Emerson C. of Traffic, which is an international organization that tracks wildlife trafficking. During this COVID pandemic era, trafficking has slowed down, which he refers to movement of illegal movement of wildlife from outside of the Philippines into the Philippines, and vice versa, from the Philippines outward, as well as illegal movement of wildlife between islands. He said that it has slowed down in these past 2 years. And this is based on some reports that he is creating, but are still unpublished. So he didn't want to share the numbers with me. By the way, I apologize for the construction noise that I'm hearing from outside my apartment. Okay, now on Palawan Island, the island that I showed you a while ago, or at least I highlighted, Sabine Shopi, Dr. Sabine Shopi of Katala Foundation, shared with me that there was no reduction of illegal wildlife trade and trafficking on Palawan Island. Palawan is the most biodiverse island in the Philippines. There are many endemic island birds and mammals, probably butterflies and insects as well on that island. So it's a very critical habitat for all sorts of wildlife. And Dr. Sopia said that there was no reduction of illegal wildlife trade on Palawan Island due to COVID restrictions. But the movement out of Palawan was reduced. So that was also maybe because of the reduction or the restriction of travel and voyages. On wildlife poaching, according to Mr. C, bird poaching on Luzon Island increased. Luzon Island is that large island to the north. So bird poaching increased on Luzon Island. I don't know about other islands in the Philippines, but it might also be a similar situation. Hunting on Palawan increased, according to Dr. Shopi. And this is sad because the reason is poverty. A lot of people lost their jobs, lost their businesses. Some have lost their houses and cars. But general poverty has driven people to hunt for bushmeat, to provide their families with protein sources that they would not be buying. And that has driven increased bushmeat consumption on Luzon, on Palawan, and probably on all other islands. Also, this poverty has increased increased illegal logging so that they could sell that illegal lumber for some income to support their families. And also slash and burn farming has increased, where lowlanders have gone up the hills and started to destroy forests to be able to plant one subsistent crop of corn or rice, whatever it is. So that is the sad part of the lockdowns, increase in poverty of the population. On biodiversity research, for 2020 to 2021, 2 years, field work was severely hampered because of travel restrictions, very strict travel restrictions. And also because of that, collecting permits expired. Usually collecting permits in the Philippines are a limited time period in which you can perform your collection. And many of our permits expired. My permits personally expired. And since I also retired from the University of Philippines Los Baños, I did not bother to renew my permits. Now, in some cases, funding for projects also expired. Fortunately, funding agencies were amenable to extension of the funding, but that was not automatic. They had recipients had to justify the extension. Another effect of the lockdown was that universities were shuttered, were closed. Laboratories and collections were inaccessible. In my case, my specimens, which I would have loved to study, were inaccessible because the laboratory, our museum were closed. And then, for example, our collection, entomological collection, is in a large building in the campus with many offices. If one office reports a case of COVID, then the whole building is closed for 2 weeks while the building is sanitized and everything else. And then a few weeks later, it is again closed because of another case in another building or another part of the building. So this continued on and on for 2 years. So it's been very difficult to access my specimens. Now, for others who were fortunate to be able to join fieldwork, PPEs were required. Personal protection equipment were required, especially on bat virus surveys. Let me show a couple of pictures of what they look like in the field. So these are two people in the field, actually out in the forest, and the one on the left has just removed the bat from a net, and he is wearing complete PPE. The one on the right is recording echolocation sounds or signals from that bat. And they are both wearing PPEs. Imagine that, having to do that out in the open in the forest. So that is the requirement. But since they're doing bat research and bats are prime suspect in the spread of COVID and other exotic viruses that may become infective on humans, then they have to be very, very careful. Now, in 2022, traffic restrictions have been eased, although we are required to show proof of vaccination to be able to take our flight. If you are trying to get on a plane without vaccination, you will be refused. And then again, as usual, laboratories and collections are sometimes closed again. When a new case is reported, then the whole building and the collections are closed. Even with restrictions being eased, infection risk for researchers on travel have not abated. And I believe some of our researchers have actually gotten infected when they went to travel on the field. Now, for biodiversity research, let me show, before this, I will share with you two case studies of conservation of very critically endangered species in the Philippines. The first is the tamarau, Bubalus mindorensis, which is found only on Mindoro Island, and I will show you that in the next slide. This is the largest native land animal, or endemic land animal in the Philippines. And it is critically endangered because it is restricted to a very small space. Now, this is again the map of the Philippines. And Mindoro Island is this island here just south of Luzon. And in close-up, this is Mindoro Island. The range of the tamarau is restricted to this small area here. That's where they're all found. Nowhere else on the island, nowhere else in the Philippines, nowhere else in the world. Now, the challenges for tamarau conservation are that 2,500 hectares need to be constantly patrolled. So the tamarau is found in only 2,500 hectares of the Philippines, of the world. That's where they are. And yet it is so large that poaching may have happened as well. So the main challenge is the severe budget cuts. In 2019, there were 2 budget cuts from 86,500 to 68, finally to 55,600. This amount here is not even enough to pay for the salaries of the park rangers. And I got these figures from this report here, where the park rangers went hungry. Now, I don't want to say, and I don't want to imply that because the park rangers went hungry, they decided to poach tamaraws. No, these park rangers are members of the indigenous peoples there, and they are so proud to be having tamaraws in their areas. They will never hunt tamaraws for their own consumption. They will protect them with their lives, and yet they will go hungry because of those budget cuts. Unfortunately, population data for tamaraws is not clear. So I have no triumphs to report for tamaraw conservation. Suffice it to say that it is a very, very challenging job. For the Philippine eagle, this is another iconic, critically endangered animal in the Philippines, Pithecia jefferyi. There are challenges as well. This is found in several places in the Philippines. So again, I'll show you the Philippine map. There are nests found here in Luzon Island, here between Samar and Leyte Islands, and also many nests here on Mindanao Island, over here. Okay. But nowhere in these other islands here. The challenges for Philippine eagle conservation is that there are huge gaps between conservation value and local attitudes. So a lot of people know that it is critically endangered and must be preserved and conserved. But the locals on the ground see the eagle as a different thing. They have a different concept of the eagles. Some of them see them as a food resource. So they will hunt it for food. And these people need to be educated. Some people see the eagles as something to catch and sell. And in fact, one of the eagles rescued in 2020 was sold to a person who decided to keep it, but surrendered it to the DNR, to the Environment Agency. And some people consider the eagle as a livestock pest because they eat their livestock. Another challenge, and this is very difficult, continued deforestation and habitat destruction. The eagles require 2,000 to 4,000 hectares of home range. That's a very large area that they need because they need to hunt that area for food. And for the conservation organizations, there are funding concerns. So this is due probably to donor fatigue, and maybe also the donor organizations also are losing money or maybe are unable to meet their pledges. But there are triumphs. So the triumphs for the Philippine eagle conservation. In 2020, there were the largest number of eagle rescues. 7 were rescued and 6 survived. The 7th that did not survive was the one that was bought, and then it was surrendered when it was already in poor condition, dehydrated and very hungry, and eventually died. 6 eagles were released with GPS trackers, so 3 wild and 3 releases. 3 captured in the wild, and then I guess they were very healthy, so they were released, but they were installed with GPS trackers. And 3 that were rehabilitated and released. 4 pairs were found, 4 new pairs on Mindanao Island, and the total is now 39 pairs. So imagine that very large island with 39 breeding pairs. There may be some individuals as well, but they still have to be found. Emergency support for 10 remote communities that provide conservation services. So mainly these are communities that have an eagle nest in their locality. So because of pride and of course they have now learned that having an eagle is a good thing for them. They have conducted tree planting and maybe prevented forest destruction. And emergency support for these communities was provided by the Philippine Eagle Foundation. In 2021, 4 eagles were rescued. Let me say at this point, by the way, that the eagle, when it hunts, it goes down to the ground and actually walks on the ground. That is why they are trapped by livestock traps that are designed for maybe wild pigs or whatever other animals. Eagles are trapped by those traps, are also caught by those traps. So it is important that these traps are removed, and these are what the eagle eagle people, conservators, whatever, are on the field are looking for. So 6 eagles with GPS also were tracked, were released. There was a successful crowdfunding for PEF activities. This may include tree planting and educational activities. A sanctioned logging operation. This means a logging operation, okay, was allowed by the government, and public outcry prevented that, and the sanction or the permit was redacted, removed. Almost 17,000 trees were planted on former grassland. And a pair of rescued wild eagles that were released later were able to bear chick 29. So that was also an important conservation triumph. Now for biodiversity research, these are the numbers of newly described taxa by year. This is a partial list because I only included plants, vertebrates, and arthropods, and from only a few institutions that I was able to get data from. So this is the table of newly described taxa 2019 to 2022. By the way, 2022 is not yet done, and there are many taxa being described that are probably in press or in production or in preparation. This is the graph of that. You can see that this dip here in 2021 was really caused by the lockdowns of 2020 and 2021. The taxa described in 2020 were those collected already in 2019. But in 2020, when the lockdowns happened, there was a real reduction in taxa described, especially for arthropods. Now let me show you a few pictures of newly described taxa. This is a newly described genus of mouse and newly described species by Rousey et al. 2022. It was found on Mindanao Island. Very few vertebrates were described in these last 4 years. This is one of the new ones. This is a new ginger described by Dokot in 2019, and another ginger described by Dokot and Banag 2019. This is a new ginger in 2022. This ginger is a very tall ginger, and in Palawan Island, the native people there use Alpinia gingers as a construction material for temporary homes. This is a new pygmy grasshopper described from Mindanao. And this is another new beetle also from Mindanao. This genus, Metapocyrtus, belongs to a group, Pachyrhynchini, which are mostly of Philippine origin. About 280 of 320 species are found in the Philippines. So in conclusion, the COVID lockdowns may have reduced illegal trafficking of wildlife, but increased poaching and consumption of bushmeat, unfortunately. And fieldwork for biodiversity research was severely hampered, but is now easier. And finally, ingenuity and resourcefulness is necessary to continue conservation, especially of those iconic species, and research under COVID conditions. I'd like to acknowledge Universitas Negeri Padang, represented by Dr. Syam Surizal and Dr. Luihilda Putri, Dr. Jason Ibanez of Philippine Eagle Foundation, Emerson C., and Dr. Sabine Shopi, Professor Philip Alviola for sharing those images of bat research, Dr. Rousey, Romeo Patano, and Rudolph Ducot for sharing images of their new taxa. These are my references. Maraming salamat po. This image is of myself with Dr. Edward O. Wilson. This is my tribute to him, who died in 2021, December. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for Dr. David Emmanuel and General for the keynote session. And now we would like to invite the participant to ask questions to our second keynote speaker. Okay. Okay, there is a question in the chat room. I will read for you. As we know, illegal hunting is highly discouraged because it can have a negative impact on the environment. But one thing that is contrary to that is tradition. For example, there are still several tribes in Indonesia who make illegal hunting a routine tradition. For example, walling in the Halmahera archipelago as a need for food and hunting for seals at a test of maturity and spiritual rituals. My question is, how can we respond to these problems and deal with them without going against the tradition?
Yes, thank you for that question. In the Philippines, we also have indigenous peoples, and they retain the right to hunt. They retain the right to hunt in their homelands. Whether these animals are endangered or not. So what we do is, conservation organizations try to discourage them from hunting, even though, yes, they are required or they're allowed by law to hunt. But maybe to encourage them to hunt the less endangered species, maybe the more common species. For example, the Philippine eagle. If you hunt that, you are liable to maybe 6 years of imprisonment and up to 500,000 pesos fine. So that is a very heavy fine, and your family will go hungry if you try to do that. So indigenous peoples are encouraged also to recognize the wildlife in their locality. For example, on Mindoro Island, most of the rangers are indigenous peoples, and their pride in having that animal in their neighborhood drives them to protect them, and they will go hungry rather than hunt the tamaraw for food. For the eagles, it's slightly different because the eagles can damage their livestock. But now I've seen in one village I've seen actually a village where within their property is a large tree that has been occupied by an eagle nest for decades. And the village people there are happy to have that eagle there. They're happy to show to their relatives and friends that they have an eagle in their neighborhood. And they're even happy to say that one of their piglets was eaten by the eagle, or one of their chickens was eaten by the eagle. One of their goats was eaten by the eagle. They're happy to say that they are contributing to the food of the eagle by raising these animals. So it's mainly a change in attitude, I guess. They are still allowed by law to hunt, but they will not hunt the eagle or the tamaraw. Unfortunately, other animals are not that fortunate because, for example, the Palawan pangolin is hunted as well, and it is hunted not only for meat but also for trade of the scales, and it is heavily hunted, unfortunately. So yes, we education and maybe support, because these people need to eat, and it's allowing them to eat something else that is not endangered. That is probably the trick there. So yes, thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David. The question from Rian, Richard Samia. Do you get the answer about the solution of the tradition is changing attitude? Yes, correct. Yeah. Okay. Is there any question from the participant? You can write in the chat room and please raise your hand on the raise hand feature. Okay. There's a participant in this room. We'll directly give question to you.
Check. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yosi, and thank you, doctor, for the presentation. And let me introduce myself. My name is Mirti, and I'm alumni from Biology Department Universitas Negeri Padang. And I have one question about the presentation. That it seemed that the same problem and the same problem about biodiversity faced by Indonesia and during the lockdown, maybe until now. And my question is, can doctor explain how the number of taxa in 20 and 21 on average decrease in each species class, when in fact the peak of COVID, as we can see, occur in 2020 and 2020. Let me repeat it. My question is, can doctor explain how the number of taxa in 2021 on average species decrease when in fact the peak of COVID, as we can see, occur in 2020? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. You see, in the Philippines, even though the peak of the lockdown was in 2020, in 2021, travel was still very restricted. Vaccination had only started to roll out, and so because there were more people that were not vaccinated, travel continued to be restricted. That is why research was also very severely restricted. Even though researchers like myself were fortunate to have vaccination immediately, still there were no flights available. So that's the problem there. I cannot force it. Now, as I said in my conclusion, resourcefulness was necessary. So people, other researchers, instead of taking an airplane flight or a ship voyage, they did their own research in their own islands locally. And fortunately for them, they may have their permits already. And so they were able to just travel by car with university clearances and so on. You cannot imagine how many clearances we needed to be able to travel, even on our own island. Very, very strict restrictions here in the Philippines. Would you believe that there were many checkpoints manned by police personnel in fatigues and with heavy armor, heavy guns? These are people who are preventing the spread of a virus. They were using guns and fatigue uniforms. So yes, it was still because of the travel restrictions. That's why there was a reduction in the number of taxa described.
Okay, thank you, Dr. David.
Okay,
Any
thank
say?
you, Miss Yosi and Dr. David.
Okay, well, actually closing this second keynote session, as a token of appreciation, the committee would like to present a certificate to Dr. David, Emmanuel, and General. Please, we hope that you would kindly receive it.
Thank you.
Okay, please give applause to Dr. David, Emmanuel, and General.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to inform you that our third keynote speaker has already joined us here at the Singgalang Room of Hotel UNP Hotel and Convention Center. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will start by reading the short biography of our third speaker. Okay, please welcome Ibu Dr. Muhyiatul Fadilah, SSI MPD. Current position, she is a senior lecturer at the biology department, especially in biology education study program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Padang. She graduated from Science Education, Indonesia University of Education, and for master degree, she graduated from Magister of Educational Technology, Concentration of Science Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, and she focused on development on integrated biology practicum with a coenzyme theme or topic-oriented PGBL flipped learning to improve STEM literacy for high school students. And then development of integrated scientific digital books on disaster mitigation based on Minangkabau local wisdom to improve critical thinking of inclusive junior high school students. And there are a lot of publications that are published by Dr. Muhyiatul Fadilah, such as development of student worksheet based on problem-based learning to improve creative thinking of class 11 high school student. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Muhyiatul Fadilah, SSI MPD, Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Yosi Laila Rahmi. Am I allowed to share screen? I want to share my presentation. Can you help me? Yeah? Still, I can't. My name is Muhyiatul Fadilah. Please allow me. Okay. Masih belum, Bapak? Yeah, I did. Okay. First of all, thank you for all of my lecturer here. Let me try to share to all of the participants in virtual room and in real room in UNP Convention Center. Thank you for Sister Mrs. Yosi Laila Rahmi for a humble company. Then I'm trying to share you about an activity that I did when pandemic happened. Yeah, I shift laboratorial work toward residential fieldwork to improve students' multiliteracy. This is a kind of biodiversity lesson learned after pandemic. Yeah. I will not discuss further about how is Indonesian and global biodiversity level now. We agreed that we are in threat of biodiversity loss, even in Indonesia. For example, we are lost some rainforests due to fire or due to illegal logging. And in a global scale, we also face climate change, urbanization, and improving human population, also global economic growth. All of this condition has enhanced urban lifestyle and concurrent reduction in nature-based recreational activities. How could it would be happen? We know that after digitalization, so many our daily time is attracted to use monitor, to use Android or smartphone, and it reduced our interaction with our nature, even in our daily life. So this is the fact. We got warning from international WWF that mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and fish have suffered 68% loss in their population until 2016. This is a great problem because it also creates significant implication for climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation efforts. So, do all this fact influence students? What students and citizens always listen about biodiversity? Yeah, we frequently find this such reduction in almost text or information that Indonesia comprises 4 of the 25 global biodiversity hotspots. Means that information digitalization told us that we are still enriched in comparison. We like as Brazil, we have mega diverse countries, so nothing is a threat out in our country. Yeah, this make people think that nothing problem with our biodiversity. It is not our problem, for example, according to student. Yeah, in fact, many of the world species are unknown to the public. As Dr. Lewis and Dr. Emmanuel present recently, we tend to explore charismatic species. Charismatic species mean species which is very popular to be conserved. For example, 11 eagle birds. But we forget about how parasites contribute to our ecosystem. And who did identify the parasite? Who did identify beetle? Because most of people only focus to charismatic species. This is our big job as a biologist. So this is kind of a searching result. I find when we type biodiversity loss in Indonesia, we will prepare by birds and another very familiar species in the world, but we never interface with other or unfamiliar species. Then the condition has created biodiversity naivety. In Indonesia, we call naive. Yeah, this is a new trend in education that we lack of experience, we lack of awareness about how is our biodiversity right now. Severely, we call it is a blindness of environment or awareness disparity. So ecologists consider this as world problem, global problem. Ecologists view that we need educator, stakeholder to enhance, to re-enhancement public awareness, public participation to improve in biodiversity and conservation. The reason is because public has role to all citizens need awareness to the issue, because loss of biodiversity will treat human life indeed. So it is time to involve public citizen science to recover, to repair this condition. But the agent of change is starting from school or educational institution. So in our educator perspective, we need three aspects to build awareness. Are we need literacy diversifying, improving knowledge. Yeah, try to move from recognizing factual knowledge and conceptual only in learning in campus. Try to emphasize on procedural and metacognitive knowledge. We have to change this routine. We have to change this custom that we always focus on factual and conceptual knowledge. And please build the affection aspect for literacy. Means that we can create the power of belongingness without we build any dependency to the environment. So taxonomy Bloom had covered this approach for educational aspect. Yeah. This is the key of how teaching biodiversity struck inquiry. Yeah. I'm sorry, maybe the signal was trouble for me, so I always jump out from Zoom. Yeah. Wait a minute, Mrs. Yossi, try to rejoin. Yeah, this is I don't know, when we have a COVID pandemic, this is still problem, and also today. So we are drilled to be patient on this condition. Yeah, jump any time from the virtual room. Oh yeah, sip. I think it's work, Irian. Let me try. Yep. Yeah, can we see it clearly, Miss Yossi?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait, okay. So the clue is for biodiversity is improving back to inquiry. The challenge is how to hold inquiry. We know that inquiry often apply in laboratory, while when pandemic we interact each other with only monitor. We separate each other, so we don't have laboratory for teaching biodiversity. So this is the solution that even though we don't have a face-to-face interaction, we still have ability to make an inquiry learning atmosphere by doing some of this solution, by creating problem, by making case or researching scenarios, by experience or laboratory settings, and by doing an experiential learning. The problem is, I asked to Ms. Yossi, when pandemic, do you have a laboratory activity, Ms. Yossi?
Not yet.
No. And what did you do for your students?
Oh, I have created a virtual lab.
Virtual lab, yes, yeah. It is one effort, and we can make appreciate on it, but it is different skill that create by virtual lab and real lab. So I choose to at the time I made decision to make like this. We call that okay, let me see. I call that it field work. And a specific term for this is Is there any problem? Yeah. Okay. And the specific clue for my fieldwork is residential fieldwork. Yeah, fieldwork is a common approach in biodiversity course, but in pandemic I put name residential fieldwork because all of my students are habit on their own residence. This is the disperse of my student when pandemic. In all Sumatra region from West Sumatra and also North Sumatra until Riau. So we have 26 students dispersed. We didn't meet each other, but we agreed on making residential fieldwork by doing this 4 phases. First is in virtual room, we make literature reviewing and analyzing. So students make a class presentation. After that, student orienting project and pra-residential work. What did they do? They make site analysis. Site analysis means recognize what are resources, what are biodiversity in their own habitat. Nah, in their own residence. After that, I instruct them to make a phenomena analysis and also need analysis. After half semester, we please students to present project fieldwork and class show their collaboration by supporting each other. And the final assignment of this phase is they present progress and final scientific rating. So I changed a routine assignment for laboratory work is report. Then I change into scientific writing based on residential research. This is their participation to mastery the concept. They keep in discussion learning material, and then they analyze the article. I prepare format. Yeah, so they work based on this template. It is free to choose what kind of topic, and the clue is material at the meeting. Okay, and I got some of result residential fieldwork. For example, this is in Indonesia keberagaman ikan dalam budaya adat atau Hari Raya Idul Fitri. In English, they able to identify the diversity of fish that people use in their residence. For example, for a big day, what do you call it? Big day? For sacral day of Muslim, Hari Raya Idul Fitri, and to get this information, they have to develop collaboration. They have to interview. They have to come to community, meeting with maybe some leader of culture or meeting with some leader in their community. So this is a kind of implementation of open inquiry. In this case, we mostly in laboratorial work, we reach inquiry level 0. Why? Because all of procedure, all of problem, and the result is provided by lecture. And it is limited student creation. That's why we throw them out a way to find what is their own problem and what is their own solution. So for this residential fieldwork, I feel that students can achieve authentic inquiry. Authentic means the real task resource come from their authentic habitat or their authentic residence. Yeah, this is another example of their report. Remind me if the time was over. 5 minutes. Yeah. They also identify about fish in Sungai Lubuk Larangan, conservated area, but this is full with local wisdom. Nobody can freely enter the room. And here, 2 students got the problem because they are forbidden to enter the site because the time is not correct. This is an opportunity for them to make negotiation, to try discussing, to make decision and change to another site. Yeah. So this is when we put them on their residential, they feel more comfort and want to try how to solve their obstacle in finishing the assignment. So I see this is their activity inside identification. So they don't have lab, but they have nature as laboratory. Yeah. Now, this is also related to ecotourism. And the concept of ecotourism create from their well awareness about their area and their resident. And this is very fit to concept of sustainable development based economic. So ecotourism have to consider the biodiversity situation on their area. This is I try to compare when we have practical report, students know well about title, purpose, theoretical, tool and material, data and analysis, submission. But when we have residential fieldwork, they design their own project title. They find their own background and determine their own purposes. Also, the most important finding, I think that they could modify tools. Yeah. For example, some tools were not available on their area. So they make it by their own. Yeah. Designing. And for success in data gathering, they have to develop social skill. Am I disappear? No. They develop social skill, they develop research and scientific process skill. And the most important things that because of the support of digital information at pandemic, they have no problem to discuss or to explain what is their finding. And I suppose them to submit the research report in international seminar and local journal. So two of my students were success to inform their project national and international. I mean in international conference. So this is a kind of picture. This is Mulyani. Mulyani observed what fish for Maelo Puke, yeah, Maelo Puke, a tradition. It is science in citizen, yeah. This is according to traditional paradigm, and she find that some of fish that we never know before, and it is only founding in Maelo Puke activity. Okay. Some vital that their independent learning suggest for identification of species diversity and bird biodiversity, and also come to mitigation. They ask about what happened on this water ecosystem after any construction at that area. So they also study about influence of human activity toward biodiversity. And we find also they identify arthropod for ekosistem pertanaman kakao in Negari Kabupaten 50 Kota. We know that this is specific for that area and we didn't find in another area. So I conclude that residential fieldwork improve student cognitive knowledge and procedural gains and effective and also behavior gains. Yeah. In this case, we have to prepare more time allocation in order that student can visit and collaborate with community. That is the challenge for residential fieldwork. Yeah. And for recommendation, should we shift laboratorial work to residential field work? I really suggest that for biodiversity course, try to use only half semester in laboratory and expand their activity on their residential area in order that we can help problematic in the world that most unknown species are still unidentified. And this will be helpful by dispersing agent to some various area in order we can collect information and we can share each other for that information. But I told you the limited of study, we haven't gained yet about informing unknown species. It is about macro species, for example, fish, birds, and so. So because the limited of skill and also monitoring from lecturer, I think the first skill for inquiry is quietly worth it to be continued in other biodiversity course. I think that's all. I'm sharing what I did. Then back to Miss Yosi. Thank you very much, Miss Yosi.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila. It was very interesting presentation about biodiversity and public awareness and also inquiry. Please give applause to Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila. And now we would like to invite the participant to give question in this. You can use raise hand feature or please write on your chat. In the chat room. Okay, Miss Helsa Rahmatika. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila. Okay, I interest about residential field work. Okay, residential field work seems as a promise learning strategies during pandemic, and I think is still potential for post-pandemic era. And my question, how to organize this such approach for currently offline learning in the case student take many time in campus activity? Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Miss Helsa.
Directly answer.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Helsa Rahmatika. Yes, me myself also appreciated with my trial and error, and this is run for 2 semester. But at the time, time allocation is fully for students. Yeah, but we know after pandemic we have classical face-to-face interaction. So I think we need reform. We make agreement. We have to make an renewal agreement that please divide time to laboratorial work for only before semester. Yeah, and the focus on examination of mid examination is about how to improve their basic knowledge and their basic skill in identification, in classifying. And after midterm examination, let them start their project by coming home or coming back to a specific area that they would like to, that they're curious to. So let them know, let them define what reason they need to research or to investigate. I think that's so we have to shift only one half semester laboratorial and half semester residential fieldwork. And individual, it run well. I think it is my idea, Miss Elsa. Is it clear?
Okay, Miss Elsa, it is clear for you about residential framework, yeah?
Okay, thank you for the answer, Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila.
Yeah. Miss Elsa, I suppose that we were success for this activity. So why not we will be more success after this year? Because we have more face to interaction. We have more space to meet each other and discuss directly. That's my belief. We have to change mind for shifting this field work.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much for the explanation, Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila. Okay, because we want to continue the parallel session. Time is over.
It's okay. Thank you, Miss Yossi.
Okay, closing this keynote session. As a token of appreciation to the committee would like to present a certificate to Dr. Muhyiddin Fadila, SSC MPD. We would like to invite Miss Bapak Dr. Samsruzal M. Biomed as a head of committee of IcoBioSE. Please, we hope that you would kindly receive it. Okay, Bu Iya? Directly. Okay. Thank you, because you attend. Okay. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all our first keynote session. We sincerely hope that this session has brought benefits and insight for all of you. I beg your pardon. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you for our keynote speakers for the speech. And also, thank you, Mrs. Yossi, for moderating us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've already watched the excellent presentation from our keynote speakers in the first session. Now we're going to have a coffee break. Right after that, at 11 a.m., we'll have scientific session 1. Please join best on the predetermined room. We will have scientific session with our invited speakers, and several participants will present their paper. Amik Manisa Herati, see you in scientific session 1 and please enjoy the meal. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesi 1 keynote speech telah berakhir. Setelah ini kita akan beristirahat sejenak. Tepat pada pukul 11 siang, scientific session 1 akan dimulai yang dilaksanakan via Zoom meeting. Saya Manisa Herati undur diri, sampai jumpa di scientific session 1.
Welcome to the Animal Physiology Laboratory. Physiology Laboratory. Here, we facilitate students to do practicum in animal physiology, human anatomy and physiology, and biochemistry. Execute in practice class. Students are guided by practicum assistant and laboratory analysts. Our laboratories are equipment with standard equipment to carry out basic physiology and biochemical techniques such as blood testing, physical conditioning tests, food testing, antioxidant testing, and spectrophotometric technique. In research activities, apart from basic physiological and biochemical technique, our lab also helps students go through their final projects with advanced technique using the ELISA method and the UV phase microplate reader. The focused research in our lab that is being accomplished in this lab are the identification of organic compounds and antioxidant activity from natural ingredients, followed by efficiency tests in experimental animal physiology. And then in immune response, we also measure that oxidative stress in hypoxic condition in athlete also we conducted. Analysis is involving ranging from biochemistry until gene expression in animals and humans. In collaboration with another labs in biology department. Collaboration is also carried out with the sports science faculty through an analysis to the athlete's physiological condition. In addition, currently, our lab is also working with the environmental science sector through process organic waste to ecoenzyme. We are also conducting collaborative research through a grant research design involving the field of microbiology, plant physiology, and biomolecular to explore the ecoenzyme. The ecoenzyme team has also collaborated with UI Green Metric through the UIGWURN ecoenzyme team in terms of research, training, and community service. This team involved 11 universities in Indonesia and has carried out for training of trainer with resource person from our biology department. For community service, we give training for high school teachers to improve skills in physiology and biochemistry practicum. We also facilitate students from school in West Sumatra who will take part in the Science Olympiad to do practicum here. The last, we also check blood sugar, blood group, uric acid, and cholesterol every year through the Darling program in collaboration with the Student Association of our department.
Hello, my name is Raki Kapiman. I'm a lecturer in this laboratory. So, having knowledge about plant is fundamental for biologists, especially for the youngest who wants to learn more about biology at the university level. So welcome. It's a pleasure to introduce you to the Laboratory of Botany, Department of Biology, Universitas Negeri Padang. Here, we focus on plant taxonomy, plant anatomy, and also botany. Plant taxonomy is commonly studied through morphology of vegetative and generative organs. The field study is one of interesting activity in this laboratory, where the lecturers and students work together in the field, directly learns on how to collect and maintain plant samples. But field study alone might not reach enough knowledge for plant taxonomy. So it is completed with laboratory work as well, including drying the samples using oven, and then identification, labeling, mounting, and storing the samples with the standard of herbarium. So the samples can also be stored as wet samples. Forest areas that are relatively close from our university, and then equipment such as microscope, oven, and another small stuff that related with taxonomical work, and also herbarium for the dry and wet samples.
Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita akan segera memulai scientific session. Kepada para presenter, mohon untuk merename akun Zoom sesuai dengan pembagian Zoom room yang telah sesuai dengan pembagian Zoom room yang telah diberikan. Dan kepada para partisipan yang ingin menyimak presentasi dari invited speaker, silahkan merename akun Zoom berdasarkan room Zoom yang diinginkan. Terima kasih.
Are facilities that so far we have in this laboratory. Plant cells and plant tissues are major courses for students to know about plant anatomy. It is also assisted with practical work in laboratory using plant samples that is defined around, and then reagents and other small stuff that's related with anatomical work. So then the cells and the plant tissue can be observed through light and electron microscope or even digital microscope that we have here. And then another work that's related with microscope is taxonomical study through morphology of pollens. Furthermore, ethnobotany is another important field that we in this laboratory focus on. It is because in our regions, the community is still strongly connected with nature, either directly used for daily consumption, medicines, local custom ceremony, wedding party, or even for black magic. So I believe, and we believe that this knowledge would be useful for social economy, land management, and also for livelihoods. And also as heritage culture heritage that we should keep floating for generations.
Welcome to the Laboratory of Ecology. This lab is used to support the activities of the practical work and research by the students and the lecturers related to the ecological courses. To support these activities, this lab has several devices that can be used to measure several abiotic parameters. For example, we have sling psychrometer to measure the air temperature and the relative humidity. We also have sound level meter to measure the level of the sound that might be affected some population of animals in an area. And then we have anemometer and also have refractometer to measure the wind speed, and also have salinity meter to measure the acidity level of the soil and water. Beside the practical work that conducted in this lab is also used for research by the students and the lecturers. For example, a research conducted by a lecturer to see the ant species composition and leaf litter. This research used the Winkler method that modified by the lecturer. This method separates the ant species from the leaf litter. Another research that conducted by the lecturer and the student is to see the frog or toad species composition near the waterfall and relate them to the unique abiotic parameters like sound, noise level, and humidity. Although most of the activities for this lab is completed or conducted outside of the lab, some activities can also be completed in this lab, like measuring the quality of the water, measuring the dissolved oxygen, measuring the biological oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, and also toxicology.
The research of plant ecology, including the vegetation analysis, plant community structure, composition, and change. And recently, the plant ecology study focused to conduct research in mangrove ecosystem. And our department has collaborated with the city government of Pariaman in managing mangrove ecosystem of Mangguang as a pilot project for sustainable tourism area management. We also have an international collaboration research with National Taiwan Normal University, Taiwan. And in this year, our lab funded by international research grant from Nagao Environmental Foundation, Japan, in the project of taxonomic and distribution of the endemic Agam bow finger gecko and its phylogenetic position within Sumatra. And in this lab, our lab member also have a weekly seminar which is discussed about the current issues in ecology.
Hi, I am Elsa Sugika. Welcome to the Educational Research Laboratory. In this laboratory, we carry out research and practice activity about all kinds of educational subjects, such as research about learning strategy, evaluation process of learning as well as its results, and also about instructional media. Based on our students' need to a specific room where they can conduct each step of the research, we facilitate them here. We do discussion when they want to share and reshare information about their research, their data validation, and contribution to our research analysis. Sometimes we do simulation to put our idea deep in the mind. Hopefully, they can be do better. Our research types are developmental research, experimental research, and also descriptive research. Our product as a result of our students are collected and sold here. They will use by our lecture in their course sometimes. Thank you for your attention. Elsa Sugika. Welcome to the Educational Research Laboratory. In this laboratory, we carry out research and practice activity about all kinds of educational subjects, such as research about learning strategy, evaluation process of learning SOS its result, and also about instructional media. Based on our students' need to a specific room where they can conduct each step of the research, we facilitate them here. We do discussion when they want share and reshare information about their research, their data validation, and contribution to our research analysis. Sometimes we do simulation to put our idea deep in the mind. Hopefully, they can be do better. Our research types are developmental research, experimental research, and also descriptive research. Our product as a result of our students are collected and sold here. They will use by our lecture in their course sometimes. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is Alifatul Ahyan. I'm one of the lecturers of Biology Study Program of University Negeri Padang. Welcome to the Genetics and Biotechnology Laboratory. Here in this laboratory, we facilitate students to do practicums in genetics and biotechnology subjects. In conducting practicums, students are guided by student assistants and laboratory technicians. Practicum activities to support genetic process are classified into two approaches, including simulation to support understanding of Mendel genetics theory and basic technique of molecular genetics. Our laboratory are facilitated with standard equipment to carry out the basic techniques of molecular genetics, such as DNA or RNA extraction, PCR, and electrophoresis. In research activities, besides the basic technique of molecular genetics, our lab also supports the students to do their final projects with advanced technique of molecular genetics using real-time PCR thermocycler. The focus and ongoing research in this lab are detection and identification of microorganisms using DNA barcoding, plant genetic diversity, analysis of gene expression in animal model, and also molecular detection of non-halal content in food products. In addition, our lab also supporting other labs in biology department to do species identification using molecular approach in taxonomy studies. Besides that, we also do the collaboration research with LIPI, Indonesian Institute of Science, especially in plant genetic diversity. For community services, we recently held training for high school teachers to improve their skill in genetic fields. We also facilitated students from schools in West Sumatra who will take part in science competitions to do practicum here because mostly of laboratory school doesn't have those equipments. We also participate in holding workshops for academics, researchers, and students at the Biology Annual International Seminar called IcoBioSE by inviting experts in their fields.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sebelumnya mari kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah yang Maha Kuasa. Hari ini kita kembali bisa hadir bersama-sama walaupun secara virtual dan mudah-mudahan tidak mengurangi makna daripada kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Bapak Ibu pimpinan Universitas Negeri Padang, Wakil Rektor, Dekan, dan seluruh jajaran, pemerhati lingkungan dan praktisi-praktisi lingkungan yang berkesempatan hadir pada hari ini, kami atas nama pimpinan Universitas Negeri Padang menyampaikan selamat dan apresiasi kepada UI Green Metric yang secara rutin setiap tahun melaksanakan penilaian dalam rangka terus berjuang untuk melestarikan lingkungan, baik di tingkat nasional maupun di tingkat internasional. Dan kita melihat bagaimana UI Green Metric semakin mendapat percayaan dari seluruh universitas yang ada di dunia. Dan Universitas Negeri Padang, alhamdulillah terus ikut berpartisipasi dan kami merasakan manfaatnya terhadap keberadaan UI Green Metric ini, sehingga hari ini kita melihat terjadi perubahan-perubahan yang signifikan dan mendasar terhadap kondisi lingkungan yang ada di Universitas Negeri Padang, sehingga Sivitas Akademika UNP dapat melaksanakan aktivitas yang menyenangkan, nyaman, sehat, dan alhamdulillah semua dapat mengikuti dan menikmati daripada dampak kegiatan daripada UI Green Metric ini. Selamat kepada UI Green Metric dan selamat memperingati Hari Lingkungan Hidup sedunia. Mudah-mudahan memperingati Hari Lingkungan Hidup ini juga menjadikan kita untuk terus melakukan introspeksi diri sejauh mana kita bisa berkontribusi dalam menjaga kelestarian lingkungan hidup. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to Microbiology Laboratory. Here in this laboratory, we facilitate students to do practicum in microbiology, basic microbiology, microbiology, food and ingredient, soil microbiology, industrial microbiology subjects. In conducting practicum, students are guided by practicum assistant and laboratory analyst. In research activities, we have some innovation, such as immersible enzymes that was isolated from thermophilic bacteria. We also innovation in the newest antibiotic and microbial, biological agent, and biofungicide. Besides that, our laboratory also producing fermented food, nata de coco, kombucha tea, and virgin coconut oil. This is some equipment of our laboratory. This is a spectrophotometer. This is shaker incubator to grow bacteria. And this is some kind of incubator with different temperature. Incubator, we use incubator to grow and maintain microbial culture. This is food production microbiology room. That's it. This is nata de coco room production. And this is nata de coco ready for sale.
Hello, I'm Fitri Arsi. I'm lecturer in microbiology. The laboratory microteaching facilitates the prospective biology teacher to practice and teaching. We have two rooms. Then this room is a control room, and the control room we have smart TV can be used to observe the activity of the student. And then we have the practice room, and this room can use the student the all process how about the teacher we can do in this room. And the facilities, we use the computer. All the student can use the computer. Computer can use the media in the learning. And we have smart TV. Smart TV can be used to explain how about the content in biology. And all the facilities in this room can use all the students to make learning and fun, innovation learning, and learning based in technology. Okay, see you and welcome to my laboratory. I want to show you the research area. This is the polymerase chain reaction room. So come forward. This is the preparation room. We have micropipettes for DNA and RNA extraction. And this one, refrigerated mini centrifuge for extraction. And also we have thermosaver and nanofluorometer for quantify the concentration and quality of DNA or RNA sample. So we can continue to the next room. This is the PCR room. We have two PCR. This one is the gradient PCR. And the other one is real-time PCR machine. And this room also equipped with apparatus for analyzing the PCR product, consists of electrophoresis apparatus, UV transilluminator, and also the gel dot UV bag for analyzing the pattern of DNA band. From this research area, this laboratory, we have conduct many research and many experiments from this laboratory.
Welcome to the Plant Physiology Lab. My name is Irma Lemani. I am the lecturer here. This lab supported more activities such as practice class, lecturer class, and many research collaboration between students and lecturers. This lab supported many courses such as plant physiology, plant phytohormone, plant ecophysiology, tissue culture, and hydroponics. Some of this research used in this lab are supported by more equipment such as incubator to measure biomass. And now I will show you our plant tissue culture room. Come on, follow me. In this plant tissue culture room, we store some materials such as products, mineral nutrition, and of course, plant nutrition for medium. The main equipment in the plant tissue culture is laminar airflow cabinet. We do sterilize some materials here and do planting the plant.
In this greenhouse, we product ecoenzyme to application for increased growth and yield of some various tropical horticultural crops. One of the applied of plant physiology is hydroponics. This is there. And also we research about the effect of many various nutrition about the growth of the plant.
Fighting flames of fire, hang on to burning wires. We don't care anymore. Are we fading lovers? We keep wasting colors. Maybe we should let this go. We've fallen apart, still we hold together. We passed the end, still we chase forever. Guess this is all we know. This feeling's all we know. I'll ride my bike, I don't know. Down the streets, right through the city. I'll go everywhere you go. From Chicago to the coast, you tell me hit this and let's go. Blow the smoke right through the window. 'Cause this is all we know. Guess this is all we know. Guess this is all we know. Never face each other. One bed, different covers. We don't care anymore. Two hearts still beating on with different rhythms. Maybe we should let this go. We've fallen apart.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Nyonya Diah Irfan Fiktono, Ketua Tim Penggerak PKK Nagari Tanjung Bali. Kami mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Departemen Biologi Universitas Negeri Padang yang telah memilih kami sebagai nagari binaan dalam program pengabdian masyarakat. Dengan berdirinya bank sampah yang diprakarsai oleh Universitas Negeri Padang, maka persoalan sampah di nagari kami mulai teratasi. Terima kasih kami ucapkan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is the research laboratory. In this lab, the students do their final project. This room consists of two areas. This one is a working area, and the other one is observation area. This lab is equipped with several equipment, such as this is the rotary vacuum evaporator, and the other is this is the incubator for growing the bacteria. This is the hot plate for making the growing medium. This is the centrifuge and several microscope for observation the growth of bacteria. We also have high-speed refrigerated microcentrifuge. The centrifuge have several size of rotor. Beside the main room, this laboratory consists of 3 special rooms. This is the isolation and preservation microbe room. This is the cell culture room. This room equipped with several equipment. The first one is a deep freezer for storage the culture and the reagent. We have biological safety cabinet for culturing the cell. And also, we have carbon dioxide incubator for growing the cell. To analyze the product or the result of cell culture, we also have a ELISA reader. The final room is a sterilization room. In this room, we have sink for cleaning and washing. And also, we have autoclave for sterilization. This is the research laboratory. In this lab, the students do their final project. This room consists of 2 areas. This one is a working area, and the other one is observation area. This lab is equipped with several equipment, such as this is the rotary vacuum evaporator, and the other is this is the incubator for growing the bacteria. This is the hot plate for making the growing medium. This is the centrifuge and several microscope for observation the growth of bacteria. We also have high-speed refrigerated microcentrifuge. The centrifuge have several size of rotor. Beside the main room, this laboratory consists of 3 special rooms. This is the isolation and preservation microbe room. This is the cell culture room. This room equipped with several equipment. The first one is a deep freezer for storage the culture and the reagent. We have biological safety cabinet for culturing the cell, and also we have carbon dioxide incubator for growing the cell. To analyze the product or the result of cell culture, we also have a LISA reader. The final room is a sterilization room. In this room, we have sink for cleaning and washing. And also, we have autoclave for sterilization.
Hello, welcome to the Zoology Laboratory. I'm Rijal Satria, a lecturer in this laboratory. Here in this laboratory, we focus to study the animal diversity of Sumatra. Our interest is mainly to understand the taxonomy, anatomy, and structure of animals, including vertebrates and invertebrates. In this lab, we conducted research and practicum activities. We conduct studies in the field and laboratory using various methods ranging from morphological observation, animal structure to recent update collecting and experiment technique. Our lab is facilitated by microscope, animal dissecting kit, and collecting equipment. The student activities in this lab were conducting under the animal taxonomy, anatomy, and structure classes. The student learned the dissection procedure for vertebrates and observe its anatomy. Also, we have a vivarium or warehouse to raise and keep experimental animals in separated buildings. Our lab activities also conducting the study in the field, such as the biodiversity of big mammals in West Sumatra by using the camera trap. This project, in collaboration with the Natural Resources and Conservation Agency of West Sumatra. In this lab, we have a series of collection of Sumatran animals such as taxidermy, bone, dry, and wet specimens. Also, we have an international collaboration research with Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan, in invertebrata diversity of Sumatra.
Indonesia adalah harga hidup kita, tak boleh terbelah, tak akan berubah.
Merah putih harus berkibar selamanya, Garuda terpahat dalam dada.
Indonesia adalah bangsa yang mulia, saling menghormati dan saling menjaga.
Adabnya yang luhur dan penuh toleransi,
merawat perbedaan di dalam harmoni. Satria Indonesia, menjaga budaya setia pada akarnya, tangguh dan perkasa. Pada tanah air ini kami berjanji, tegak berdiri di atas bumi pertiwi. Satria Indonesia, menjaga negara setia pada sejarah, berani bersumpah. Pada tanah air ini kami berbakti, Indonesia dan Pancasila sampai mati. Indonesia adalah harga hidup kita, tak boleh terbelah, tak akan berubah.
Merah putih harus berkibar selamanya, Garuda terpahat dalam dada.
Indonesia adalah bangsa yang mulia, saling menghormati dan saling menjaga.
Adabnya yang luhur dan penuh toleransi, merawat perbedaan di dalam harmoni.
Satria Indonesia, menjaga budaya setia pada akarnya, tangguh dan perkasa. Pada tanah air ini kami berjanji, tegak berdiri di atas bumi pertiwi. Satria Indonesia, menjaga negara setia pada sejarah, berani bersumpah. Pada tanah air ini kami berbakti, Indonesia dan Pancasila sampai mati. Indonesia menjaga negara dan budaya.
Indonesia adalah bangsa yang mulia, saling menghormati dan saling menjaga. Adabnya yang luhur dan penuh toleransi, merawat perbedaan di dalam harmoni.
Satria Indonesia, menjaga budaya setia pada akarnya, tangguh dan perkasa. Pada tanah air ini kami berjanji, tegak berdiri di atas bumi pertiwi. Satria Indonesia, menjaga negara setia pada sejarah, berani bersumpah. Pada tanah air ini kami berbakti, Indonesia dan Pancasila sampai mati. Sampai mati. Satria Indonesia. Satria Indonesia, menjaga budaya setia pada akarnya, tangguh dan perkasa. Pada tanah air ini kami berjanji, tegak berdiri di atas bumi pertiwi. Satria Indonesia, menjaga negara.
FL2 for improving growth, gene expression, physiological traits, yield and disease resistance of rice plants under system of rice intensification management system. Now he works at Universitas Pajajaran as assistant professor, and previously he held a position of postdoctoral research fellow at University of Malaya and the executive secretary at Malaysian Agroecology Society. He has several grants that fund his valuable research. The funding body who give Dr. Febridoni to conduct his research, such as University Kebangsaan Malaysia, from Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, and from Newton Ungku Omar Foundation. And if you are interested in reading of his publication, you can find them in Google Scholar. You can search by his name on the search box, Febridoni, and he has been awarded by several awards, such as Travel Grant Award to attend conferences to Portugal, Spain, South Africa, Bali, United States, and University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And if you are interested to contact him, please send him an email through febri@unpad.ac.id. And now I will give time to Mr. Febridoni to give the presentation